Welcome to day one of the 43rd National AXO Competition, Ignite. I'm Kat Peoples. We're excited you've joined us. We invite you to support all of today's contestants using the chat feature. We also encourage you to share today's event with your networks. Now, without further ado, enjoy today's presentations. Let's meet the judges.
Hello. Thank you for watching the 43rd NAACP AXO Drawing Competition.
My name is Linda Sullivan. I am a exhibitor for the past 3 years. I am a visual multimedia artist and instructor, and we are excited to be here, and I will pass it on to Ms. Brown.
Hi, good morning. My name is Summer Brown. I'm
Good morning. My name is Summer Brown.
an academic lecturer at Howard University.
I'm an academic lecturer at Howard University.
And Lori?
Hi. My name is Dr. Lori Johnson. I'm a professor at Morgan State University in Baltimore. I teach a range of classes, but I'm a specialist in 19th century French art.
So who is our first? So welcome our first. Okay. Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
My name is Olufella Zumbi Rodriguez. I go by my middle name, Zumbi.
Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. It's nice to meet you. What do you have for us today?
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Sorry, before we start, is the echo problem?
Yeah. It's pretty bad.
A small echo.
Can our sound people correct that?
Is Curtis available too? Well, do the best you can. We're gonna work through this echo, okay?
All right.
All right.
So I have the piece here with me today framed. To start off, is there nothing we can do about this echo? Distracting me.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, until we hear something back, I want you to go ahead and not waste your time. You have a lot and just do the best you can, okay?
Okay. So I'm gonna start over. My name is Olufella Rodriguez. I'm representing the Dayton, Ohio AXO branch. I'm going to be a senior in the fall and competition drawing. The piece I decided to submit is titled "The Galvanization of Ink on Cards." The piece is 12 inches by 15 inches. And I decided to work in ink because it's just, I really want to show the tranquility and the concentration that is shown in the sky. The main idea of it is that the piece that's on the man's head is called the Star Seer, and I do enjoy inventions and working with technology within my own pieces. And I also like to work making sorry. So with this piece specifically, I wanted to display a father and son relationship when it relates to technology. And I title it "The Galvanization of Kin" because the father is trying to impress his son with this invention that allows him to spread the sky to see the stars. And I really wanted to make it inspiring for the
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Summer?
Not this time.
Ms. Brown?
You said that's strictly ink.
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
Your medium.
I didn't hear your question.
This echo is hard. Your medium was just pen and ink.
Yeah, I used a dip pen and India ink.
Nice. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any questions? You're muted.
No, I don't have any questions. My only question is the echo. It's too difficult to understand and makes it almost impossible to do the competition.
We're working on that issue after the student.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else, Mr. Rodriguez, you'd like to add?
No.
Okay, well, thank you, and we will be back, okay?
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
We are live with Maya Daniels.
Hi, my name is Maya Daniels, and I'm from the Metropolitan Kalamazoo branch. And I'm presenting my piece named Aboyaka, which in it's Japanese. In English, that translates to serene. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So this is my piece. It was inspired from my trip to Japan that I took in 2019. I got to stay with the host family, and it's what inspired me to make my inspiration behind the piece. So I made this earlier this year. And this is information behind some of the symbols I use. So I used a black and white koi in the picture, and it stands for significant life transformations. And I use that because I'm getting ready to go to college, so I felt it was very appropriate. I'm leaving home and I'm graduating, and I'm getting ready to become a young adult, so that's why I use that in the piece. And then I used a lotus flower. They grow up from the mud, and they're very beautiful, and they are known to represent like overcoming hardships and things like that and challenges. So I use that because with COVID, everything was difficult learning online, and just graduating while COVID was occurring, I felt it was also appropriate. This is a progress image. So the image on the left was taken while I was like halfway done, and this is after I finished adding details and things like that. And then here are some like close-ups of the details I did. So on the left is image of the scales that I added after I finished, and I also added like details like the whiskers on the fish and things like that, and just adding little details, and like I overlaid it over the original image. I did this digitally on Autodesk Sketchbook on my iPad, and it took maybe like collectively like a day or two. On the right is a picture of one of the lily pads that I have. I added the 3D elements of my piece just because originally when I sketched it out, they were going to be a part of the drawing, but I felt like it felt flat, and I wanted to incorporate the frame because I just felt like it was more interactive and interesting. So that's why I ended up doing the lily pad and the lotus flower 3D, and to make it look more like natural and leafy, I kind of pressed the lily pad between my palms to add like little veins. So I don't know if you can see that properly through the image. But that's how I added that. Similarly with the lotus flower, I kind of I made each petal by hand, and then I painted them, and then I used chalk pastel to add orange on the tips of the flower. So it didn't, to add more color, I just felt it was like a lot of blue and green tones, and I wanted to break that up a little bit, so I added a little orange. And then I glued all the petals together after that. Yeah, it was inspired by my trip to Japan, and I was just I really enjoyed it, and I still talk to my host brother to this day. So that's what inspired me to do this piece. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful presentation. Anyone have any questions?
I do not.
Brown,
I do not have any questions.
Ms. Johnson? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Daniels.
Thank
It
you.
was a beautiful.
Okay, we're good. All right. Well, my name is Nieja Hopkins. I am 17 years old, and I'll be a freshman at the College for Creative Studies in Detroit, Michigan, as an animation major. So I'll go ahead and share my screen to show the piece. Okay, can everybody see it? Yes. Okay. The name of this piece is Justice is Greater Than Charity. And I made it because I noticed that the gentrified areas of cities like Saginaw, Flint, and Detroit, Michigan are heavily advertised, but we're ashamed to show the conditions like that the residents of the city have to live under. And the content shown in this piece is a view of underneath the Court Street Bridge, which is a symbolic community area in the city of Saginaw, which is where I'm from. Many upper class people consider it a bad part of town when it's really just a space that is accessible to everyone and welcoming to people in the community. There are many parts of Saginaw that people consider bad, but they don't recognize the fact that those are areas with the least resources and they have no opportunities to climb the social ladder. Above the bridge is symbolic of the people who have had opportunities to climb up in society, looking down on those who are trapped in the cycle. We should not be content with the fact that others are constantly struggling when it does not have to be that way. And the title Justice is Greater Than Charity refers to the fact that we offer charity as a response to economic injustice rather than promoting long-term social and political change. The maps in the top are parts of Saginaw, Detroit, and Flint. And I used a technique with packaging tape and like just printed maps so that it looks transparent. The underneath part of the bridge is made out of like the inside of cardboard that I painted gray. And then the rest of it is like textured paper. And then I also use dry brushing techniques with like some graffiti type influences because like underneath the bridge is where all the graffiti is in my city. And yeah, this is it's like my interpretation of the area. Oh, also I am representing the Saginaw branch of the NAACP.
I enjoy your mixed media piece and your attention to detail.
Thank you.
I enjoyed your theme, Naisha. I think it was very deep and a very powerful theme, and I'm glad you're addressing issues and questions, about just social justice and, the just the way in which our society is arranged between haves and have-nots. So I really think that was very powerful.
Thank you.
What's your major when you go to school?
I'm going into animation.
Animation.
Mm-hmm.
What inspires you with animation with this piece, though? How would you?
I want to get into animation because I'm into storytelling. Like I just like to tell the stories of people around me, especially people who are less fortunate, who have less opportunities. And I feel like animation is something that is accessible to all demographics. Like no matter what social class you're in, most people can watch cartoons, And this piece specifically is not necessarily aimed toward animation. This is like just more me getting into my collage style. But I think this piece does kind of just relate to the storytelling aspect, and I would like to use these same techniques as an animator.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you. Wonderful job.
Thank you.
So Ms. Kadri?
Yes.
Okay, you can begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Amira Kadri. I'm a 15-year-old rising junior at Kensal High School in I'm also a part of the visual arts department in the prestigious Douglas School for the Arts in Aurora. It's my honor to represent the Virginia Beach NAAC branch, and I'll be presenting an original drawing entitled Identity Fraud. The concept for this piece is mental health. In my generation, there are thousands of teens who are desensitized because of the media and find it harder to express themselves. This causes many teens to put on a facade and not express how they really feel inside. The boy on the left is supposed to look uncanny because I used an AI app to artificially alter his smile. I did this because I wanted to show how people are almost acting as if they're robots. I also drew cogwheels in the background to represent cognitive functions and to also represent robot mechanics. I made this piece on an 11x7 paper, and I used an HB and 3B pencil to add the shadows and value. I incorporated symmetry in the piece to make the composition more interesting, and I also gave the drawing a chiaroscuro feel with the dark background against the light figure. To make this piece, I first started with sketches, then I moved to the overall outline. I worked with bigger shadows and then covered the details. This piece is meant to show how much social media can affect younger generations and serves as a reminder to check up on your peers and people close to you. Thank you.
I think this is a beautiful composition, especially in terms of, you focusing on mental health. One thing I would just suggest, if you want to spend a little bit more time, is to really get in there with your soft pencils, and don't be afraid to go, a little bit dark, just to make the composition pop. It's a beautiful piece.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I did appreciate the way you tried to incorporate a current theme, especially say mental health. I'm just wondering if you could contextualize that in the future and ask your questions why it is that younger generations are so fixated on their own self-image and social media. Is that part of the reason that they have so much anxiety and depression? Because of course, as any good psychologist would tell you, when you focus so heavily on the self and not on anyone else, it's hard to have. That's where the anxiety comes from. It breeds subconsciousness.
Thank you. It was a beautiful presentation. Good luck.
Judges, are we ready for her to proceed?
We are live with our next student.
Judges, are we ready for her to proceed?
Good morning, Ms. Winder. Are you ready to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please.
Okay. I'm gonna screen share right now. Okay, can I start presenting? Hello, my name is Colin Winder. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland, representing Carver Center for the Arts and Technology. I'm 17. The drawing I have with me today, is physically behind me in the background as I have it mounted, but I want to digitally share the image just to get a better visual. This piece's name is Monotony. Monotony meaning lack of variety and interest and just tedious repetition and routine. It's a 36 by 55 charcoal drawing about the emotional complexity of quarantine or simply isolation in general. I wanted to touch on the idea of every day being the same and blending together using compositional symbolism, specifically bodily repetition as seen as in the repeated background and manipulated figures representing a daily cycle of monotone routines, like using your phone or being sucked into the computer, answering emails, virtually learning for long periods of time. The silhouette entity on the left kind of symbolizes other people, or rather, I guess, the absence of other people during a time of isolation. It takes a shape of a person with many arms reaching out to the subject in question, representing the longing for interpersonal connection, or rather a separate idea of the absence of connection as the subject seems unfazed by the entity. This piece is really important to me because of mental health. Mental health is often stigmatized in the Black community, and especially during a time of isolation, the mental health of Black youth was left neglected as a whole. And as students took on the combination of home responsibilities and school responsibilities, for example, maybe babysitting and dealing with personal issues, and just from being disconnected from the comfort of your room for long periods of time takes a toll on your mental health. I feel like personally, I wanted to represent this stigmatization, but I also wanted to emphasize my Black culture in general, especially with my hair. And this piece is really important. As a Black woman, I take priority in my hair, and my declining mental health can be seen in the way I treat my hair's health in this piece. And I feel like most Black women can relate. I wanted to touch on the boring yet ironically complex idea of monotony and personal feelings, while either evoking the feeling of melancholy or allowing others to relate to the almost dreariness of this piece. So, yes, I can stop screen sharing if you want, but I have this piece behind me.
I think your attention to detail here is very impressive. Your shadowing and you're going from lights to dark. It's beautifully done. And also talking about, mental health, especially for young adults during this pandemic is, I think, very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like just a little tinge of insight on the three heads on the one body. And just like a phase in, phase out.
On the background of the piece?
Sitting on the floor. With the phone. That person aspect of her.
I'm sorry, your connection or my connection.
Is that one person just going through the phase of the day?
Oh, yes, definitely. The piece is about, I guess, again, monotony and like this idea of routine. So I wanted the figure kind of phasing in and out from their screens. The repetition of the head signifies one person, but you can say different days. The person in the background being sucked into the computer.
Thank you. Very well done.
Thank you.
We have our next student, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, my name is Josiah Mitchell. I graduated from Tri-Cities High School and I am going to attend Kennesaw State University. I am from the Atlanta branch and the title of my piece is called Chinks in the Armor. My piece deals with themes of identity and insecurity. You could see a self-portrait of myself, one in black and white and the other one in color. The one in black and white is hyper-realistic. It shows what I want the outside world to see, but it has chinks in the armor. It has cracks that are super blatant, but are unknown to me. And then behind it, you see a face in color resembling myself, but it is muffled. It's grimy. It's horrific. It is the unfiltered truth of myself underneath. This talks about just the duality of what I am and what I want other people to perceive. For me to realize that both are amazing. That neither of them are ugly, and both of them are beautiful. And that when I come into myself more, I realize that these two merge, that these two come together of what I want to have and who I am. So this is my piece titled Chinks in the Armor. Thank you.
One quick question. Is there a reason why you chose to have the blank space or so much blank space from the top to the bottom of the head?
I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat the question?
Is there a reason why you have so much empty space in the background?
Yes. So originally, I felt that it would be more beneficial for me to have the background be cracks around the entire piece. But I advised against it because I didn't feel like it was intimate enough. I feel like that the empty space represents my feeling of loneliness. That it's just me that is going through this, instead of having it on the outside so that everyone could know that I have chinks or cracks. So yes, there is a reason why there's so much empty space.
Thank you.
What is your medium, Josiah here? The colored pencil or?
Yes, ma'am. So it's color. It is colored pencil and regular graphite.
Are there any more questions from the judges?
No, I'm done.
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Josiah.
Thank you.
All right, judges, we have our next contestant, Miss Dana Boyer. Miss Dana Boyer, you may begin.
Greetings. My name is Dana Boyer. I'm a rising senior at DeKalb School of the Arts in Avondale, Georgia. Today I represent DeKalb County NAACP 5192. Today I'll be competing in the category of drawing, and this is my piece, It's a Girl. Right at birth, women are born into the healthy beauty standards that is upheld by society. So I use my drawing to address that by making the comparison that women are like cakes. To represent this metaphor, I have a body of a woman centered around plates and hand-holding eating utensils to show the relationship between society and all women of the world. This system of ranking a woman's beauty is pushed by the media to show what a perfect woman should look like. Like cakes, beautiful women in media are put in display like a cake display for others to consume. Like a cake, they are to be cut up and sliced up into pieces to meet the approval of the public and bake them into the ideal female. Now, these pieces are separated into two. One is desired features that are deemed beautiful, and the others are undesirable features that are deemed ugly and shunned upon. Now, in my drawing, I show neither of those because something like this should not exist. A woman's physical appearance should not be judged in the sense of what is in high demand. But because of that, it leads to other women having low confidence in their looks because having those beautiful features are superior. Not every woman can constantly have those desired characteristics. So to solve that problem, some women would undergo surgeries, try harmful beauty treatments, and develop eating disorders, all to earn the validation of others and be considered beautiful by society terms. This is what I illustrate in the several surrounding hands holding the forks and knives is the cutting down of a woman's original body to turn into something more favorable to keep the standard. I show the process of that by not including the eyes, hair, or any clothes to break down to the essence of what society is trying to take control of, our body. Now, these standards stay afloat through many beauty trends that change every year. There will be challenges and new slangs like flip your camera to see if your face is symmetrical, or having a nice side profile, or the term hip dips where you have indents at the hips instead of curves is now considered the bane of beauty, even though it's normal to have that hip structure. Things like this develop new insecurities within girls my age and create the obsession of using that to affirm their beauty. Society creates a division between women when categorizing what being beautiful is, which creates a constant need to compare themselves to other women and try to imitate that level of attractiveness in ways that could be harmful to their mental and physical health. But women who are content with their looks and disregard these expectations are still mocked and judged for not following them and looked down upon by many in society. Whether being ourselves or following the beauty standard, being considered beautiful in society is unattainable. In the process of creating my piece, I used a graphite pencil, which was the best medium for me to use to show the different values in my drawing. In the process of creating it, I used multiple different lighting sources for the hands and body. The darker values of my drawing has shadows casted over on the body to not only because of the different linings, but to show that they have authority over her and are inching closer to have a piece. I used the shading technique of circulism to make the hands and body have realistic shades of skin. The graphite pencil helped me create a hollowness in her face since women are seen at the surface level rather than deep inside according to the beauty standard. With this drawing, I want people to know that naming something beautiful does not determine worthiness. A woman's body should not have to be beautiful to be accepted by society standards, but through accepting oneself. This is my piece, It's a Girl.
I especially like can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I especially like your foreshadowing within the female figure.
Yes.
And I think I told this to another student, but don't feel hesitant in terms of using your values and going a little bit darker to make even if it was just for the figure in the middle, just to kind of make it pop. I like what you're doing in kind of like the background, having that at a lighter tone.
Yes.
I mean, it's to get your message across. Yeah, and I definitely do enjoy your message. Something that needs to be talked about. Nicely done.
It's a very powerful message. I agree. You should like bring more darkness into the center piece, but overall, it is a good thing, and you did a very good job. Besides any questions?
Dana, I guess I really enjoyed the piece. I definitely like the metaphors, especially using forks at the eating the woman. I agree with Summer and India that you need to maybe have some darker values in there to kind of make the piece pop. But I do think that the message is very timely. And I think it's a very powerful one because I know from my own experience how so many young women try to meet an image of beauty manufactured by Madison Avenue to sell goods, but it has nothing to do with what women really are and how they should actually, their expectations, what their bodies should look like. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Boyer.
I want to thank you for having me and being able to share my piece. Once again, my name is Dana Boyer, and this is my piece, It's a Girl.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, Ms. Boyers. Let's go to the judging screen. Can I please have the next? We have our next student, Miss White. We have our next student, Miss White.
Hi, good morning. My name is Gina White, and I am currently going into 12th grade, and I go to Milton Hershey High School. So my piece, I'm not sure, can you guys see this well? I can share my screen if you like, or it has a little detail onto it. I'm just share my screen with you.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I can do that for you right now. All right, there you go. Can you guys see this? This as in like my art, can you see that? All right. So my drawing today is called Backgrounds. And particularly the way I did it was I only used colored markers and pencils. My theme around it, like my technique behind it was more drawing, more animated, more cartoon-like. And in this painting in particular, I'm going to start like why I did little girls in particularly. So in this drawing in particularly, I drew six little girls. Each little girl has their own unique background. And like my idea behind it is, so what I drew these little girls with the same hairstyle, same facial features, same structure. That's the only thing that kind of like makes them similar, but their background is what makes them different. Like the girl from Botswana is a lot different from the girl from Arabia because she wears the hijab. little girl in Botswana, she is able to have her hair flow freely. The same way with the Asian little girl has a lot of different morals, traditions, and values than the Indian little girl. And what I did, kind of like my structure, have you ever seen like Andy Warhol's drawings, like how he did with Marilyn Monroe? He did 6 figures of her, like they all had complementary colors. I kind of did the same thing, but my style was a little different. Instead of square, he did squares, but instead I did triangles because each and every one of these countries like Arabia, India, Botswana, America, sometimes America and India and Hawaii, we their way of doing it was a little more traditional. So I did triangles instead because in these countries, triangle is kind of like the way they celebrate their religion. It's like it kind of reminds them of the Holy Trinity, like that, the Holy Trinity. So I kind of wanted to include that as like more of a detailed touch to my art. And I did little girls in particular because in these specific countries like Arabia and India and China and India specifically, they have something called a dowry. And is any of you guys familiar with a dowry is? Anyone? Like a dowry? So a dowry is when the family of the wife, her family has to pay her husband. Are you guys familiar with that?
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
we're familiar.
that's a tradition in the West too. It's a Western tradition as well.
Yes. So with that dowry in India and in China, they have because they have that, women aren't really valued because their daughters, their wives, they're kind of more neglected because men is what brings the prosperity. They're what bring you like the family's wealth. The men are supposed to take care of the family, and women, they're more treated like second-class citizens. And that really just makes me upset because a lot of times the worst thing you can possibly say to a Chinese or an Indian family is that it's a girl when a woman's pregnant. And it really just makes me sad because they're not valued in those countries. Like they're treated so poor. They treat their dogs better than they treat their daughters. And because of that, the mothers end up taking the baby's life because of that, because the husband forced them because, okay, you're not producing me a son. If I can't get a son, then we're just not going to have any daughters. And because there's a lot of genocide in those 2 countries, and there are approximately 200,000 missing women in India, and there are approximately like double that in China, about around maybe 400,000. And so also in Botswana, it's really also sad because the youngest girl that can get married is around 12 to 13 years old. So you have a 13-year-old, basically still a child, marrying a 40-year-old man and then producing him children at the age of 15 or 13 years old. And there's nothing I can do about it. It's just really upsetting to me that there are families that will do that away. But however, I cannot judge these people. I cannot judge them because their values and their traditions are completely different from mine. I can only disagree because when they come to America and they don't have that, it's kind of like, it takes them back because at the end of the day, it's like, okay, this isn't my tradition. This is kind of weird to me too. They can judge me, but they just can't criticize. They can criticize me, but just can't judge me because my father treats me completely different from what an Indian child's father would treat her. So there's that. And then Hawaii, a lot of our things come from Hawaii, like our hibiscus plants, our fruits, our music, sometimes even the music, like the ukulele, they originates in Hawaii. And we have some of those customs and traditions here in America. The same thing with the tiki. If you notice closely, there's a tiki. The tikis are actually like, I'm not sure if like you go to like Hawaiian parties and things like that, they'll have like a tiki. The tiki actually like represents the god. And that particular tiki, it looks angry, but it's actually a tiki that brings joy and prosperity. However, it's that trickster tiki. Like it'll say, oh, I'll grant you 3 wishes, but those 3 wishes will come with a price. Like say if you wish for money, but that money is coming for possibly like a drug cartel, and they're gonna want that back and they're gonna hunt you down. That's kind of like where that comes into play. So I definitely wanted to include that. And each girl in particular in these in this particular painting, they all have their own traditions, their own backgrounds, because the girl in Arabia, the healing hand and the evil eye, it comes from Arabia, and that's some of also American tradition as well. So I wanted to give that girl props because your tradition is also making a lot of people here in America, like it helps find them. Like the healing hand is something that a lot of Americans believe in too. Not all, but then some. The same thing with the Indian girl, her traditions bring us henna and spices and different cultures like belly dancing and makeup. Same thing with the girl with the Asian, like the Chinese coin, that yellow little circle that you see. The background behind that coin is that like when the Asians were taken as slaves, when they would make the currency for America or for other countries, they would use the gold, but whatever gold was left, they would make that and they make that into their own little currency because that hole in the middle just shows that, okay, there wasn't enough gold to work with, so they had to punch it to continue to make more. The same thing with the lantern next to the Asian girl, the red lantern. It's also kind of more of a spirituality thing too, so I wanted to include that as well because we also have that here. They have like a lantern festival here somewhere, I think in Los Angeles, they have those yearly. The lantern is actually a Chinese thing, so a lantern, you light the lantern, you put like a little note inside that says, it's kind of like more of a spiritual thing. So you light the lantern, you put like a note say, okay, I want to be more financially stable. You'll put that in there and you'll let it go into the sky. And eventually it comes true. It's like making a wish. I thought that was really cool. So I wanted to put that into her background as well, which was really unique to me because I actually do the Lantern Festival and I actually find it to be quite helpful. You don't have to just make a wish. Like I put in things that I want to let go. Like in 2020, I want to let go of COVID. So I put that in there, let that go, make sure that doesn't come back. That's my wish. And also, it's kind of funny to me because like my little sister, she said it's just like my little sister told me that she thinks that this was just like a little silly drawing. And I had to tell her, I was like, Michaela, well, a lot of famous artists, their technique and their style of drawing was also criticized. Like Pablo Picasso, people weren't taking Pablo very seriously because his art was just so abstract, no one could understand it. And so he made that one piece, the one painting piece in Spain during the Spanish Civil War. His painting was giving Americans clues on what was going on.
I'm sorry, Jada. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you. That's all actually.
But thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So, hello, my name is Lauren Glass. I am from Carrollton, Georgia, and I'm a rising sophomore at Oak Mountain Academy. I will be representing the Carrollton and NAACP region. My piece is called Lost. My piece is also inspired by an album called Everywhere at the End of Time. The musician who composed this album goes by the name of Leyland Kirby. This album depicts the stages of dementia and its degrading loops of ballroom music. The reason why I was so attracted to this piece was because my late uncle, who died a little over 2 years ago, he was a lieutenant and he had PTSD. And before he died, he had some stages of dementia. I myself don't know how far those stages went, but seeing it from a third point of view was very sad to watch. So I decided to dedicate this piece to him. So as you can see, we have clouds on the bottom. The colors represent the slow descent to dementia as the colors change from pink to purple. And the empty space represents what's to come of the dementia and not knowing what comes next. The clouds also represent a feeling of confusion, but not enough to be alarming and uncomforting. Now, the tallness of these chairs and the phonograph represents a feeling of isolation in the stages of dementia. And just the feeling of isolation, yes. This chair is also like a comfy chair. It looks like a comfy chair. The colors are blue because it represents a state of peace. And then the phonograph is here playing the music from the album Everywhere at the End of Time. There's also, for this piece, I used watercolor and regular graphite to mark out all of these to give everything kind of a definition and almost like a fuzzy feel, like almost a sense of confusion. And also like numbness and loss, as the piece is named. Yes, and here's the music coming out of the phonograph. And as this picture depicts it, as it further slips into the stages of dementia, the colors become into a darker purple, like I said before. And that is it.
I enjoy the simplicity of your piece. I do know from someone who has worked with watercolor that watercolor can be a interesting, tricky medium to work with. Something I would suggest, if you were to work on this a little bit further, is to really go into maybe the megaphone, because at first it was kind of hard to read what that was. Just letting the paint dry, maybe add a few more tones, let's say like maybe light brown, just to give some definition in terms of the instrument itself. But I do enjoy your storyline behind it, and I think it's a very commemorative piece to your family member.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I also think it's a beautiful piece, and I think thematically it hits all the right notes. The metaphor of the clouds and the kind of cloudiness that descends upon a person sinking in dementia. I thought it was very moved, that you would want to address an issue, especially as someone so young, and that you wanted to use this as a way to kind of commemorate your late uncle. So I think it's a very beautiful piece, a very calm and serene piece. And I would, certainly follow Summer's recommendations, Ms. Brown's recommendations. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Ms. Glass.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
right, judges, we have Miss Samaya. Thank you.
Good morning. We'll share my screen. Good morning. My name is Samia Abdul Salam. I am a 17-year-old rising freshman at Penn State University and a proud member of the Gloucester County AXO branch. Today I'll be presenting my digital drawing, Solace. The word solace means finding peace or comfort through hardship or distress. My entire theme for this piece, and even inspiration, initially was from a poem a close friend of mine wrote entitled Where Peace Goes When War Rages On. And although our concepts varied, both took inspiration from the current pandemic we are living in. The violence in Palestine also helped inspire my piece. The racial cleansing, the mass murder, it was persistent through a lot of the years that I've been alive. My digital 2400 by 2400 pixel digital drawing Solace takes place in Palestine amongst the chaos and bloodshed. I tried to the best of my ability to mimic the architecture within the buildings as well as the Palestinian ethnicity within the girl. I wanted to show that regardless of how hard a situation is or how down you feel, hope is the first step at working through it. The light that guides her and that she holds in her hand symbolizes hope. Her character represents perseverance and the setting distress. My theme is to show that regardless if you're in a pandemic, war, or mental illness like depression, the first step at helping yourself is to believe. Whether this takes form in faith, in a religion, yourself, or someone else. So this message is very personal to me and dear to me as I've struggled personally with mental illness in the past, and now we've all experienced a pandemic together, so I felt that many others would be able to relate to my message. My drawing was created using the app Procreate on my iPad using one main utensil, the technical pen. This was used to create the line art as well as the color and to shade. To achieve the gradient effects in the piece, I used a soft airbrush. I started off the piece as a sketch in my sketchbook with really no intention behind it, but as I transferred the piece from my sketchbook to my iPad, the idea behind it began to form. With shading, I did solid shadows with some hatching in places. For the background, I chose to make it monochrome as to shift the focus onto the girl. The colors are also to symbolize the versatility that the setting has, so it can represent any situation that causes distress. The girl is in an earthy, neutral color outfit to show her modesty or growth or serenity. And I wanted to point out that she's alone. During hard times, sometimes you really have to deal with things alone or by yourself. So I wanted to include the isolation that a lot of people may feel in situations like these. The girl is crying and smiling at the same time. This is meant to show how overwhelming your emotions could be when you're in a hard situation. She's smiling because she has faith in herself and she has created this light, this hope that will at least help the mental aspect of things. The wind is also blowing on her, although the background is still. This is to represent life and nature, mostly growth, to show that she's grounded and to further implement the idea of serenity within her character. With my drawing, I hope everyone can take away the importance of perseverance and that hard times come growth and strength. This is my piece, Solace. Thank you.
Samaya, I definitely think that you have a good sense of foreground, middle ground, and background, especially dealing with bringing the color into the foreground and then the absence of color in the background. And then with the glow of light was a nice touch. And I also enjoy your storyline.
Thank you.
I would say I really enjoyed, Samia, your storyline, especially, that it's very timely and current with the pandemic and recent events that have been happening in Palestine. I was glad that was a very courageous piece. And like I said, I thought that from an artistic perspective and a thematic perspective, it was a very strong piece.
Thank you.
Okay. Good work. I enjoyed your composition, especially your balance between a dark background and colored foreground. You did very good work. Keep it up.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for having me. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
You are.
My name is Kendall McMillian, and I am a 17-year-old rising senior from Cass Technical High School, and I am representing the Detroit branch NAACP. And today I will be presenting my drawing, Fighting for Sanity. Thank you. I have been dedicated to creating art ever since I was in middle school. Over time, I have progressed tremendously, and for this competition, I have created one of my best works of art. I decided to draw my picture, Fighting for Sanity, because I noticed how much of an impact internal thoughts can tear a person down inside. It inspired me to bring these feelings and thoughts to life through my drawing, because I know people have troubles and struggles communicating with them with other people. In my drawing, there is a woman that is struggling with something. The thing that she is struggling with are these hands that are coming from a random space, as you can see here, here, and here. These hands represent struggles like depression, anxiety, fear, frustration, insecurities, and exhaustion. I was going to incorporate these words on the hands and arms of the drawing, but I decided not to so that people can have their own perception of the drawing. I wanted my drawing to have a powerful impact on people so that every time a person views it, they will take something from it and view other people differently. To build a strong drawing like this, I decided to use different medias of supplies. Along with using different medias, I decided to use soft charcoal sticks, a number 2 pencil, a 3H pencil, and a kneaded eraser. Using my kneaded eraser, I lifted the charcoal and I lifted the charcoal and I made white values so that it can have highlights and a lot of detail. Drawing this picture made me realize that everyone is struggling with something, whether it's internal or external. And I feel like I presented this well in my drawing. And with my drawing, I wouldn't add anything or take anything from it. And in the future, I plan on going to college so that I can create more works of art like this based on the meaning behind the art. Thank you.
I'm very impressed with your attention to detail, especially within the coils of the hair. That's kind of hard to achieve. Like I've told other students, really don't feel hesitant to go really dark with your darks. But other than that, very nice composition.
Very nice composition.
Yeah, I think that I like the careful gradation you've done. Okay. Excellent handling of your material. I also like the theme surrounding, people struggling, especially during the pandemic. Everyone's really struggling. I think you made a good choice. Hands represent themselves, writing the actual conditions on the hands. And so I think it's very timely and
I like the composition of the hands. I'm getting the impression that your composition is very good. I enjoyed you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall.
to be assigned female at birth and also plus size. And I put the mountains in the background because I feel when you are African American, people see you as loud and rowdy, but I personally see it as being strong and grounded, such as mountains. Do you have any questions for me?
Can you talk about your...
What is your...
Oh, go ahead, Laurie.
Go ahead, Summers. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to ask you. I kind of sense what your medium is, but could you explain?
All right. The medium I used to create this were alcohol-based markers such as Copics and Ohuhus.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain the relationship between nature and plus sizes? I didn't quite understand what the connection was.
All right. So a lot of times when it comes to going out in nature and being fit and active, you see a lot of skinny people, and that's a lot of what has been advertised to us. And I decided to do someone who was plus size and put them in active wear outside because there should not be any shame in being plus size and going out in active wear. Any other questions?
I don't have any at this time.
Okay. Well, do you mind if I stop presenting?
Thank you, Ms. Maurice. Judges, we have Miss Stokes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Stokes. Are you ready to proceed?
Yeah. Okay. Well, good morning. Hi.
Meeting? Thank you. Okay. Brianna's still in the meeting.
Brianna's off.
Okay, her screen is still there though. So her screen is down, but she still appears to be in the meeting.
We are with Miss Stokes right now. She is presenting.
Ms. Stokes, you can proceed.
Okay, well, hi. From my end, I think I froze and I can't see you guys. But I would just like to start by saying good morning. Hi. I'm gonna share my screen of my piece that I'm gonna present to you guys. So okay, so this is my piece. It's titled A Heart's Contentment. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so hi, my name is Tanisha Stokes. I'm 15 years old. I go to Wadley Secondary for the Performing and Visual Arts High School in Harlem and a soon-to-be junior. Today, I represent the Manhattan branch in a national AXO competition, and this is my oratory piece titled A Heart's Reflection. The piece represents the imperfections in the skin and how hateful words and actions could affect self-image and make you doubt and compare yourself to beauty standards and others' appearances. I wanted to give a reason that if you're dealing with skin issues like eczema, psoriasis, acne, etc., it's okay and no one should feel small or overwhelmed when they are confronted about it. I've chosen this title because it sums up how we take things like this to the heart. It creates a crater of embarrassment, sadness, anger, and others' emotions. I wanted those who view the picture to understand that at the end of the day, we are all human and these imperfections are what makes us complete. I wanted to include different textures in the drawing to act out bumps and bruises and the overall skin's texture. So I used crayon since it leaves layers of pigment on the paper and different pressures of the colored pencils to enhance darker spots in different tones. As you can see, I added spots with and without hair to include hair loss, and a lot of people struggle with it. From experience, my mom has been dealing with a lot of hair loss lately since the beginning of quarantine, and we frustrated she couldn't get styles she desired. So she would come to my older sister and I to give her braids or to fix up a wig until she felt comfortable to go outside. Eventually, she would try temporary dyeing and a lot of straightening to get a look, disregarding the health of her hair. So during the process of my drawing, I felt it was important to add a little bit more of real world experience so others can relate to the situation. I wanted to create something that felt made people feel that they were included in the minority. So that's basically the overall thing about the piece. And I just wanted to mention a bit about the expression I chose for it because she looks somewhat expressionless, which wasn't my intention. I was trying to make her look aware yet content and unworried of her flaws, but also embracing them at the same time. So yeah, just to gather everything together. Thank you everyone for their time, patience, and all the yeah.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay,
Miss.
so
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stokes. I enjoyed your piece. Just don't be afraid to go in with the highlights to make them a little more pronounced. But I do definitely enjoy your storyline behind the composition and making that aware to people.
Yeah, I think it had a great deal of attention to detail. And I think that once again, we're dealing with the questions, of course, of, arbitrary beauty standards, which, it's nice to see young women beginning to challenge those. So I thought that thematically it also worked very well too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes.
Okay.
All right, judges, we have a Miss Ashanti Scott.
Good afternoon, Ms. Scott.
Hello, good morning. I'm Ashanti Scott. I live in New York City and I attend Wally Secondary High School for the Performing and Visual Arts. I'm also in the 10th grade and I represent the Brooklyn branch 2207. And my art piece is titled The Scream of Truths. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So during the idea of this piece was around the time when the Black Lives Matter movement was going on. And during that time, they were talking about very important social justice issues such as racism. And I began to think about, man, there's different types of isms all over the board. And I wanted to really specify with ageism since I've experienced it myself. And many people don't consider it as a form of discrimination. So I took the theme of ageism and I tried to portray it within my drawing, since I use myself as a subject, since I've experienced it myself. The hands around my face are the adults in my life and around the world that try to keep kids like me quiet from speaking about important issues because they think that we're too young to talk about these issues or we just don't know what we're talking about, which I completely disagree with that. It's good for the youth to explore these topics and to talk about it because it might bring up a change later on in the future. The words that I'm screaming out my mouth are different important topics that I've talked about and many other young people have talked about but have kind of been ignored. For example, colorism is a serious problem. Within my community, there's a serious issue with colorism. And I begin to talk about it very often, but of course, nobody really pays attention. And I really want that sort of issue to be brought up to light. The reason why I also use only colors for different specific words is because those are important issues. And I wanted to bring attention to those words. For my piece, I decided to use graphite pencil and alcohol markers. I used graphite pencil for the hands and my face because I didn't want to bring so much importance to my face and the hands because for me, that wasn't the important part of the piece. The important part of the piece were the different issues that are colored in. That's why I colored them in with different colors to draw the person's eye towards those words so they could clearly see, hey, that's important and we should bring it to light. The overall message that I do want to bring with my piece is give the chance for the youth to speak about these issues because we don't know if the youth could actually bring up a change and it's okay for them to express themselves that way.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I definitely enjoy what you're doing with the graphite to the left-hand side. Thank you. And your message is very clear. Thank you.
I think it's a powerful piece, Ms. Scott, but ageism, can go both ways. Often, young people don't listen to old people don't listen to young people, and it's trying to find that ground in between where we listen to each other. So I think that that's something to kind of explore. Colorism has been around for a long time, and that's an issue that's common not just in the Black community, but also, say, in the South Asian community as well. So colorism is an issue that many people, it hasn't been ignored, it just hasn't been addressed. But it's something that's come up periodically throughout history. But I do think it's important the way you highlighted the important words that you wanted to focus on. I guess I just caution you to be careful that as you're, rightly saying that people too often ignore the input of young people, just remember that young people often ignore the wisdom and the experience that older people have to provide.
I agree with you completely.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Judges, we have our next student, Mr. Ajman Niante.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Let's see what you got.
Great. I'm going to share my screen now.
Okay.
All right. Is this showing up for everybody?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we see it.
Yes. All right, great. Thank you. Well, hi. My name is Ajman Niante. I am competing on behalf of the NAACP AXO Unit 7022 in Montgomery County, Maryland. I'm a high school junior, and I'm pleased to present my piece here entitled Pareidolia. This drawing was created during the COVID pandemic and was originally meant to be an exploratory kind of piece, where I wanted to work with a sort of nebulous feeling that I was dealing with at the time and hopefully get a better understanding of it by filtering it through a creative process. In fact, before this drawing, I'd written a poem, also titled Pareidolia, which described a scene where I walked up to the edge of a lake, looked into the water, saw my reflection, and had a sort of existential crisis. The title, Pareidolia, is a word which is used to describe seeing a face which isn't there. And it's meant to reference the sort of disorienting and dissociative feeling that I would sometimes have when looking into my own reflection, and also kind of how I felt about the idea that I was trapped in the body in general. So in that aforementioned exploratory artistic process, I went from the poem into my sketchbook. And after a bunch of playing with the idea, I had the idea for a 9x11 grid with 2-inch squares for the framework of the piece. I'd been inspired by artists like Ramar Bearden and Kehinde Wiley and knew that I wanted to do some sort of semi-abstract collage while also working with detailed portraiture. And so each one of these sections of a face that you see here are actually charcoal renderings of my face on toned paper, arranged to be a bit disorienting with the theme of the piece, but also locked into a composition with that grid. I kept working with these ideas in my sketchbook and kept developing these images in colored pencil, which I selected intentionally and placed throughout the drawing based on certain motifs such as reflections, where you see the leaf reflected in the water, the 2 figures reflected here, the 2 figures reflected here. Mortality, where you see the candle, the tulip, the human figure, the dead leaf. Light, where you see the sun, the stars throughout the drawing, and our eyes, which are our way of interacting with light. And water, with all the distortions and reflections you see throughout the piece, which this element of water felt especially important for me because it felt like a manifestation of how I interpreted my own reflection, as well as how I created my art. All of it is a series of distorted reflections becoming more and more surreal. For example, this high contrast orange and black background with these dual figures reaching for metaphorical answers is far from any realistic portrayal of water and much more akin to how you would see it in a dream, which felt like a much more honest representation of how I actually perceived these thoughts, feelings, and moments. Ultimately, this piece is meant to be a sort of abstract piece and it's meant to be up for interpretation. But for me, it all ties back to that feeling of looking into the water and seeing my reflection and having that visceral dissociation. Through my art, I was able to engage with that feeling over a long period of time and got more comfortable with it within myself, while also creating a drawing that was engaging and entertaining for the audience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let me just start with just the composition in its entirety. Once again, I enjoyed your storyline. I like the fragmentation of the pieces of your face, your attention to detail in terms of the graphite going from light and dark. You're not scared to go really dark to make everything pop. Beautiful composition.
Thank you.
Yeah. The drawing elements are really beautiful, very well done, very well shaded. So I would definitely congratulate you on that. I do like the fact that you're trying to make a relationship between art and language, and particularly through a figure like Romare Bearden, because, he was so heavily inspired by collage, since, one of his mentors was, George Gross, who was a major Dadaist. And I would, and Dada itself often does the question of dissociation and disjunction in society as a whole, and so I think that's something that you might want to revisit, especially with the symbolism in your work. You don't always have to go back to 100 years ago to the original Dada movement, but you could also say, look at the work of Adam Pendleton. I don't know if you've heard of him and his work surrounding Black Dada.
Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize. This is very good work. I enjoyed the composition, and it pulled me in very deeply, looking at the fragments of your face, trying to collect myself in a way into it. You did a very good job. Your presentation was magnificent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Share my screen really quickly.
Judges, we have our next student, Miss Janelle Austin.
Hello, my name is Janelle Austin. I'm a senior at Glenridge High School. I'm presenting for the drawing category, and I'm proudly representing the New York branch today. This piece is titled Thank You, Mother. The figure I've created illustrates the storyline of my figure gaining the ability to do her cornrows with intricacy, and she's able to decorate her nails and her eyelashes in whatever length she pleases. I've made the figure take up so much space to add to the idea that now she has been able to be adorning what makes her feel beautiful, and now she's demanding that attention and respect from her viewers. The earth has blessed her with her beauty and grace, and in this moment, she's compelled to show her thanks by giving back to the earth. She's embodiment of a Mother Nature-esque thought, which is also part of a series where the dynamic of the relationship is very mutualistic, where the earth can show off her skills on this out-of-world figure or being, and the being helps the earth thrive by giving it some life. Her forehead acts as a light source and a direct source of her energies. Her intricate braids have connected to the ecosystem itself, and her hands illuminate the flower on the right-hand corner, invigorating it and bringing it into being. Her cries are not that of sadness, but that of appreciativeness to the earth for her blessings. And the tears used to provide moisture to the world around her, thus, again, giving it more life. Using colored pencil along with some watercolor markers, I was able to achieve the bright color palette that I wanted to make this piece really stand out. And I did so through experimenting with the limited brands I had at the time. I tend to choose very bright colors for my pieces because each of my pieces in a way represent life or being full of life. So I'm happy I was able to convey that. My suggestions of grass in the background were very intentional, and to do this, I used the combined forces of fine tip pens and markers. I wanted there to be like a repetition of circular shapes in my pieces, so I made sure to carry out the odd number rule, where it's repeated in her hair, her forehead, her nose, and the greenery behind her. This piece was purely off of organic shapes, along with the help of a model to achieve the perspective. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. I'm really gravitated toward the vivid colors that you're using within the piece.
Yeah, I think the colors are beautiful, and it does have a lot of energy. It comes off like a kind of modern Earth Mother. So to me, it's a very energizing and self-affirming piece. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I admire the work that you've done. You work with 2 mediums, watercolor and the markers, getting it to like blend in well. You did a very good job. Your vibrant colors really popped out, and I really enjoyed the theme. Thank you kindly for everything that you have presented today.
Thank you.
Judges, we have our next contestant, Miss Monique Brown.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brown.
Hello and good morning. My name is Monique Brown, and I'm a rising senior at Brockton High School in Massachusetts. I will be representing the Brockton area NAACP branch with my work, which is affectionately titled Bird's Nest. And I will be proceeding to share my screen. All right, so my piece was created by a digital means through an application called Clip Studio Paint, which is a digital painting program. My main tools have been the watercolor brush, the colored pencil tools, and the G pen brush, which is provided through the program. Although this piece was crafted the same way one would create a traditional art piece. There's an elemental nature incorporated within this piece. It's both symbolic to the popular insult, your hair looks like a bird's nest, and to the fact that, 4C here is natural. It's a gift from Mother Nature. For the metaphorical birds, I've included native birds, which I see in my backyard, as well as an exotic looking bird, because I am from the Caribbean, and that represents no matter where I lived, I've struggled with accepting my hair, as others around me did not. My art is inspired by my own experience as growing up as a Black girl with 4C hair. I'm, like I said, from the Caribbean, where although the population is predominantly Blackness is not celebrated. I think, as we all know, the beauty standard is European, light skin, loose curls. And from a young age, it became ingrained in me that my 4C hair was nappy and undesirable. So I grew up a lot around combs and relaxers, like to the point I believed my hair was like naturally straight. And it wasn't until a few years ago that I decided to start my natural hair journey again, after I realized the amount of damage that's been done to my hair and my self-esteem. And despite, the criticism I received from my family, who still hold on to their beliefs, I've remained confident in my journey. And so I've created this piece as a response to the criticism that I, as a Black girl, have faced, as well as the criticism I see other Black girls face who have 4C hair. So this piece is a tribute to appreciate and celebrate, the beauty and naturality of 4C hair. It's very sentimental to me, and I hope you guys enjoy it as much as I do. And I'll end screen share for just a moment.
Ms. Brown, I can only see part of the piece. Could you zoom the piece down so I could see it in its totality?
I'm sorry, can you see it now?
I'm only seeing half the piece.
Can you see the bird at the top? And actually, I'm sorry. If I had known earlier, I would have switched to the different.
I can see all of the piece. I think I'm seeing all of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm seeing it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I have to say, as like you said, as a proud Black woman with 4C hair, I'm glad to see you celebrating your 4C hair, especially as someone who's coming from the Caribbean, where too often a lot of people still embrace colonial standards. So I think it's a beautiful piece. It's beautifully drawn. And I love the colors. And I'm glad that you kind of bridge those different gaps, but address those issues.
Thank you.
Okay, I think. I don't know if anyone else had anything to add.
I think that's it. Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you for your time.
Go for transition.
Thank you.
Judges, we have our next contestant, Mr. James Gates.
Good morning. All right. Good morning. My name is James Gates. I'm a rising senior at Longwood Academy, and I'll be competing in the NAACP Chicago Southside AXO branch, and my category is drawing and art. And this piece that I'm about to share
Mr. Gates, you may be muted. We cannot hear you.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right. Did you want me to restart the intro or?
I heard you.
All right, so I'm just going to share my screen. All right. So this piece is called the 2020 piece. I call it the 2020 piece because since we had to do everything virtually in 2020, this is supposed to be like a virtual mask, like a face mask that protects your face from the corona or from catching the corona, but it gives you like life choices to really think about what you're going to do, like when you grow up and start a life. So in a sense, this piece is like an inspiration to, you know, where you're going to be. And so what I was trying to do for this piece was, it was an inspiration. It was an inspiration from Sugar Skulls. And, you know, since we had to do like everything virtually, I figured this mask could like this could be this mask could give you hope and, you know, make it through to make it through 2020. And it gives others hope to be able to make it through the year. And, you know, like if they're having trouble, like if they're having trouble out there, they could give themselves a mask and look forward. So like this mask could help you see into the future, and that's what this guy was trying to do when he had made the mask, you know, because he was an agent, he was a scientist. So this is supposed to be this guy wearing the mask, and he's very rich, and you know he has an apartment behind him with lots of trees, because that shows you how successful he was when he was able to sell this mask and make lots of money off of it. And that's what I was trying to capture in this piece, the art and what the guy is doing, and you know how he's showing everyone the mask. And the eyes are supposed to be what he's looking at. So it's like he wants to get himself a house in the future. So he's planning on getting himself a nice big old house. So that's what the eyes are representing. And he can see the city in front of him. Now the city is supposed to be like, you know, just ordinary city. But when he looks at the city, it could like show him like where he could end up. And it's like, you know, maybe he could think of like, maybe he could run for president. He could become a mayor and own the city. Like he could be the mayor of the city. And the apartment, and he's standing in front of the apartment because the apartment is where, you know, it's like where he was when 2020 started, and he decided to make that mask when he was in his apartment. And so that's what I was trying to capture in this piece, and what the guy was doing in the piece. So this is my 2020 piece.
So you were going for a futuristic, past 20 visionary.
What you kind of cut out a bit. What you kind of cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. That's what you were going for, future past the 2020?
Yes, that's what this it is. I call this the 2020 piece.
Yeah, that's the 2020 piece.
Okay.
On the mask, it seems like it's divided, like one side is the same as the other side. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, that's what you were saying.
Okay. So
The
like
city,
20, like 2020 vision, kind of.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
It's vision.
Okay. So that's I think an interesting approach, since you're dealing with the question of the year 2020, but also 2020 vision and his vision about his future. Okay. What's your medium?
My medium.
What did you make it with?
So I use black ink pen. Nothing
Okay.
else. Just ink. Just one ink pen.
Okay, black ink pen. Okay. It kind of reminds me of a stereoscope, which are these 19th century viewfinders. And you put like an image in there and the image pops to make it look 3D, but it does have that kind of effect of, you looking at two sides at the same time until it pops into one image.
Yes. That's what I was trying to capture in this piece.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gates.
No problem.
All right, we have our next contestant, Jada Murray.
Hello there, my name is Jada Murray. I'm 17 years old and attend Faith Heritage Christian Academy as a rising senior. And I'm going to be presenting to you today a piece. I'm also representing the Memphis branch of the NAACP. Give me just 1 second to get my share screen working. For some reason, the share screen doesn't seem to be working. Is there somebody who can assist me with that issue? All right, if not, then I can present the physical copy of the work, though you might not be able to see all the details, so I hope that's okay. But again, this piece is a digital work that I have printed out on paper here. The likeness of this piece is Tanarel, which is a musician that I was listening to during quarantine. The entire work, or the inspiration for this piece, is surrounding my emotions during quarantine. As you can see, her expression is quite contemplative, yet a little bit disturbed, which is representative of my own emotions during that time. And for the colors that I use in this piece, you can see they're very vibrant. This is to symbolize my increase in technological usage, which is why there's a lot of red, green, and blues, which are the primary colors for display screens on computers and on phones. So the joy of being an artist for me is being able to express myself and my emotions during any type of medium that I choose to work with. And in this piece, I decided to use a digital media. But yes, are there any questions that you have for me about this piece? I wish that I could show you like all the details of it, but since the share screen isn't working right now, I can't unfortunately do that.
Okay. Very gravitated towards your colors. Is that a self-portrait?
It is not a self-portrait. The likeness of the piece is Tanarel, a musician that I was listening to during quarantine. She's mainly an R&B artist, but it was from one of her album covers that I decided to use that as a reference.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I guess I also enjoyed the vibrant colors, and I also like the way in which you use the entire space of this, whatever surface that you were using. I thought that worked very well, and the emotions I couldn't quite read, but I did, like I said, get some from the colors. They were just very vibrant and expressive.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hold it up one more time for me, Jada, please?
I'll see if I can be able to get the glare to work off of this, but let's see, we'll start it.
Yeah, your colors are extremely vibrant. I like that. Okay. All right. I couldn't see it clearly the last time. Thank you.
Yes. I'll just keep that to a different place.
Very good work.
Thank you. Were any of you able to receive the digital copy of this artwork?
I didn't receive it, so no.
No, I didn't either.
Mm-hmm.
There might be a way for me to be able to send it into the chat. I'll see if I can be able to get that working for you. So I'll be quiet for a little bit getting that working.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it seems like that feature is also not working, so I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Murray.
Of course.
All right, judges, we have our next contestant, Miss Kaylin Bell.
Greetings, Miss Bell. Miss Bell, can you hear us? Okay. I believe you're still on mute, but you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Hello. As I'm sure you're already aware, my name is Kaylin Bell. I am 15 years old and a rising sophomore at Richards High School. The title of my art piece is When I Grow Up. This drawing depicts a little girl looking into a mirror and seeing an older version of herself achieving her dreams of being a professional dancer. This was done on 11 by 14 sketch paper with graphite pencils. I started this piece by sketching out a rough idea of what I wanted in it, like the mirror, girls, and bar on a small piece of paper. Then I started the actual drawing on the full piece of paper.
Kaylin, can you put the drawing in front of the screen? It's hard to get a sense of it. It's that far behind you.
Of course.
Okay.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about the glare. I have light on this one.
Okay.
Once I finished sketching out a rough idea of what I wanted in the drawing, I started the actual drawing on this piece of paper. First, I drew the bar and edges of the mirror so I could have an idea of the scale of everything. Then I added the girls. I used a small mechanical pencil to draw and shade the smaller parts of the drawing, like the faces and certain details of the door. When I needed darker or lighter shades, I used various pencils of different softness and a kneaded eraser. I tried to keep this piece on the lighter side, both in subject matter and shading, because there are so many terrible things going on, and sometimes we need a break from it. However, I wish I went a little darker in certain areas to provide more contrast. I wanted to add highlights to the mirror with a white colored pencil, but I was unsure of where to put them, so I did not add them. While creating this piece, I dealt with a few problems. One of which was that I'm not used to filling such a large canvas. Most art I make is done on standard 8 by 11 inch printer paper, and it only takes up a small portion of that, so this was a big change. I just dealt with this problem by taking each piece, like I drew the face, and instead of working on like the bigger picture, I worked on the small pieces and tried to fit them together. Another problem I dealt with was not knowing where to place everything to make it look pleasing to the eye. Once again, I usually make sketches of characters or people, so I was not used to making backgrounds. However, I combated this problem by making little sketches on my computer where I placed shapes that symbolize different elements of the drawing in different places until I was happy with each element's placement. After I dealt with those problems, I finished this piece and plan to make similar pieces in the future and continue to grow as an artist. Any questions?
Okay, so I like the theme. Are you a dancer, Kaylin?
I was when I was younger, but now I'm a gymnast.
Okay, yes, I know what that experience is like. I danced for a long time, so I know what it means to be at the bar and you're imagining that one day I'm going to get past the tendus and start real dancing. So yeah, I like the theme, and I think it was very nicely shaded. It's a very simple piece, and nice to see you scale up. You know that you stretch yourself like that.
I also enjoyed the subject matter as well. And as artists, we ourselves kind of see our problem areas or areas in where we need to improve. And I like the fact that you were able to see that if you were to work on this piece a little bit more, that you could, highlight some of the areas a little bit better. But also what you had brought out that you said that you saw, that you said you struggled with, but I think that you did a wonderful job with, was in terms of the placement of both of the dancers and just everything kind of aligned. So I think that you achieved that very nicely. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Kaylin.
Judges, we have our next contestant, Mr. Kojo Aduinum.
Hello, my name is Kojo Aduinum. I'm a freshman at Normal West High School and a representative for Bloomington Normal, Illinois AXO. This is my piece, Tomboy. I'm going to share my screen now. Tomboy. Tomboy was inspired by my sister Madra's personality. She is creative, bold, and energetic. She likes to wear quote unquote boys' clothes and does not care what people think or will say about her. She likes to combine different layers and textures to make her own unique style. She also likes Afro puffs. In Tomboy, I also incorporated a bit of me into the whole piece. I started by looking up different poses and streetwear fashion on Google. Once I had a basic idea of what I wanted to make, I made a few rough sketches and chose one to be my final image for Tomboy. I then inked Tomboy once, then inked Tomboy again to give it to give boldness to it. From there, I used several layers of one color to give depth and dimension to Tomboy. I use different colors to disrupt the norms that society has given to boys and girls. For example, pink and purple assigned to girls and blue assigned to boys. I use light and dark colors to show depth and dimension in Tomboy. In the process of coloring, I also found a new coloring technique to blend my colors smoothly and efficiently. I use thick and thin lines to show contrast in Tomboy. Thick and thin lines, for example, around the hair, the eyes, and the mouth, and thin lines for the line of the fishing pole and the earrings. You are looking at someone who isn't afraid to be herself in a world where you are made to be and act a certain way. I enjoyed making Tomboy because I've never made a drawing this big, and it was a beautiful challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. I'm definitely enjoying the colors. I also am enjoying the stance of your piece, the facial expression, just the whole positioning of the piece. And your storyline was very enlightening to hear.
Thank you.
I think to me the beauty of the piece is your clear love and admiration for your sister. I think that's just wonderful. I love the way that you kind of overlap some aspects of your identity with her identity, not, to disrupt, like you said, gender norms, but, it's clear that you two are close, and that comes across in the work itself. I love the rod and fishing line, and you're using your variation of different lines. I thought that was wonderful too. The pink socks with the Air Jordans, I thought, just those different overlaps. So I thought it was a very beautiful piece. And you dealt with a lot of different intersections.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like me to bring the drawing closer for inspection? Or?
Mm-hmm. No, I think I got a good see. But you can if you want to. Mm-hmm. That's the actual drawing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's nice. Mm-hmm.
Beautifully done.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kojo.
Thank you, Mr. Aduinum.
Mm-hmm.
All right, judges, we have our next student, Mr. Donald Holliday.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holliday.
Good morning. Today, well, as he just said, my name is Donald Holliday. I'm a rising junior at Alton High School in Alton, Illinois. And I'm participating with the East St. Louis AXO branch. Today I'll be walking you through my piece titled Rise. Can you all see that?
Mm-hmm.
To create this piece, I used a combination of marker and color pencil on Bristol paper. And my intention with my piece was to capture the past and current events that have occurred between Black people and police brutality and injustice within the United States. My drawing depicts a Black man with a gunshot wound in his head, and the man is crying. And the man is drawn as if he were a mountain, and his tears are flowing into a lake. In the background, I included the flag of the United States. The flag represents the treatment of Black Americans within the U.S. As many of us know, the U.S. flag represents justice and liberty for all, despite a person's gender, race, or religion. In the red stripes of the flag, I've included the names of Black individuals who have died due to police brutality and injustice, such as George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Sandra Bland. Excuse me. The names in the red stripes represents the blood that has been shed by them from the people who swore to protect us, but they failed to do so. The black man represents the collective Black population within the United States, and his tears represents the emotions of not only him, but the rest of the population and our ancestors. As from the start of the U.S.'s history, Black people have been treated horribly just because of the way we've looked, and we've had to go through so much just because of that. And his tears are the consequences of those actions as they flow into a lake. The gunshot stands for the physical and emotional effects that we feel when we are approached by police. When we're approached by a police officer, there are two things that can happen. One, we go through emotions such as fear, since there's always a threat of death. And two, we're either injured or killed just because the police think we're doing something wrong when we're actually not. As I mentioned before, I drew the man as if he were a mountain and his tears were waterfalls. I drew the man as a mountain to show how Black Americans, despite the deaths caused by racism and injustice, are empowered to create a change in America for future Black generations. This goes the same for my title, which was Rise. As Black Americans, we need to rise against police brutality and racism, and that still affects us to this day. Thank you. Is there any questions I can answer?
Just a few comments. Just looking at your piece without you explaining anything, your message was very clear. But in terms of a few other things, you made things a little bit more clear. But I'm definitely enjoying the colors, your attention to detail in terms of the shadowing. It was a beautiful piece, and message was right on time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I think it was also, like I said, a very timely message, and I like the way that you merged the Black male body with the landscape. The waterfalls as tears, or the tears as waterfall, and his overall body as a mountain. I think it's clearly well thought out and something that you're clearly very passionate about, and then the passion comes across inside of the piece.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Donald.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Judges, we have our next student, Mr. Cabron Walker.
Good morning. My name is Cabron Walker. I'm a first-degree black belt and I'm a rising senior at Madison Country Day School in Waunakee, Wisconsin. I'm proud to participate in the NAACP AXO competition, representing the Dane County branch number 36AB. I'm competing in visual arts drawing.
Okay, Brian. Okay, Brian, you're on mute.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Walker, we can't hear you.
I don't know what happened there. I wasn't on mute and then I was. I'm so sorry. This is my piece, Silhouette. I would first like to talk about my inspiration behind this piece. The first thing that came to mind when creating this piece was Chadwick Boseman. He had passed a little bit before creating this piece, and I was still kind of dealing with that, just given the fact that I'm a very big, not only Marvel nerd, but I'm also a very big Black Panther fan. And I was really dealing with that time of loss, as well as just the fact that he was such a big figure in my life, one of the first Black superheroes that I fell in love with. So his passing really inspired me to create this piece and sort of a tribute to him, but not only in that aspect, but this is one of the pieces that I want to submit in my portfolio when I apply to Howard University in Washington, D.C., which is an HBCU, because that's where he went. So Chadwick was the main inspiration behind this piece, but one of the first things that I was also thinking about was conflict. The idea of conflict, because during all of this was also when George Floyd and all of these sort of things in the world started to pop up, and I didn't really know how to deal with them. And one of the ways that I deal with things is through my art. So in this piece, I mainly used only black and white. And the reason for that is because on each side of conflict, there is a black side and there is a white side. There is a dark and there is a light. There is a good and then there is an evil. And I believe that the best place to be is right in the middle, which is where my silhouette is in this drawing. Right in the middle is where I think is the best place to be and where I want to be. And the red that I used is to draw the viewer's eye not only to the figure in the middle, but to my burning passion to stay in the middle. Now, when in the middle, I don't mean I am a fighter who only, fights in the middle. What I mean by that is I like to keep the peace between everything. I don't want things to get too violent, too heated. I want everybody to be able to stay calm and vocalize their emotions. And one of the things that I wanted to incorporate was a bow staff. The bow staff has been seen for a long time as the symbol or the weapon of peace. And because I'm a first degree black belt, I've been training martial arts ever since I was in middle school. And one of the weapons that I love the most is the bow staff. And the bow staff for me is the quintessential weapon for keeping peace. We see this in Avatar: The Last Airbender, which is a cartoon that heavily inspired me growing up. The Avatar is the keeper of peace, and his weapon of choice is a staff. And I just really wanted to incorporate that. In order to create this, I used a digital software on my computer called Krita for Windows. I used 60 to 120 pixel brush size in order to create the splatters in the back. And then in order to have the splatters infiltrate into the darker figure, I used around 20 to 40 pixel size brush. In this drawing, just a lot of things evolved over time, whether it be my inspiration or my techniques or just the idea of using color in one spot, kind of like Banksy, the artist, the spray paint artist in Banksy. Just multiple things evolved over time, as does everything with life. And that's why I'm proud to present my piece, Silhouette.
Great. We don't have too much time left, but I just wanted to say I enjoy your simplicity of your piece, your message behind your piece, especially for the fact that you're incorporating your passion, which is karate, within the piece. I know this is a computer rendering, but I like the fact that it kind of does have a painterly feel. The background almost looks like you're using kind of like a sponge technique. Nicely done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can clearly see the influence from Banksy, particularly, of course, Balloon Girl, his famous Balloon Girl, but I also like the incorporation of Banksy because, he is, he's a street artist, but he has a very clear social message as well. So I think that also is very well done. It does have a very Banksy-like feel. So, I would definitely encourage you to continue in that direction. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
I appreciate
Walker.
both of your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judges, we have our next student, Miss Laura Pazagrada.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Well, if you're ready, you can proceed.
Laura, I can't hear you. Laura, can't hear you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Paz Agreda. I am 19 years old. I come from Venezuela. I graduated from Springwood High School. I am a contestant in the drawing category. I represent the NAACP Houston Branch Axel program. I am contestant number 24. The inspiration for my drawing comes from the struggles I have come to face throughout my life. The name of my piece is called Progenitor's Burden. The name encapsulates the meaning of how mistakes made by our ancestors can become an overwhelming issue to our descendants, how they have to deal with them and live with them, even if it's not their fault. So in this drawing, I used 8B, 4B, 2B, 2H, and 5H pencils. I used white paper, magazines, artificial flowers, CDs, and rock salt. I used different materials to find them a new purpose and create a new story with them and have a new challenge. I started by drawing the face and torso, then I glued this with the magazines into a big white paper. I placed some words to highlight like the most important issues I wanted to address, and then I added the flowers on top, I added the CDs, the rock salt, and then I added the flower as another eye, and I made some petals like blow with the wind to something I want to explain later. In the story in here is there are some mistakes that can be addressed before our generation has to deal with them. But when they're not dealt with, they can have an impact in them in their life. Like they can not achieve the dreams, they can't live a normal life, which is what happened to me. But thanks to my family and all our
strength united together, I can have a future now, the same as my siblings, and I want to be a new role model for them now that I'm here. So let me explain a little bit more about each part of the drawing. The face, the eye, I wanted to make it bigger to imitate that one of a child, like happy and big and bright, curious. The flowers represent that part of you that is blooming, the one that is developing, but it is also being carried away. It's something that sometimes you have to leave behind to continue your life. In this case, I have to leave my home place. The cities represent like the broken reality when you see the truth of how everything is falling apart around you. The magazines is like things I wanted to do, but I couldn't. And here, some of the words represent like decades, the period of time that I had to deal with all that. Love, what kept me going, forget, like sometimes it's hard to carry on in life, but I try not to forget where I come from to keep me going. Now, the most important element of art in this drawing is the space. The negative space being the cities and the positive space being the body. The principle of design that I find most important here is the harmony of everything. How I wanted to use different type of elements and smash them together to create a new story. Well, thank you for your attention. I'm going to show you the drawing on the screen so you can see it better. Let me share the screen. And here you go, the drawing, so you can see it better from there. I'm going to enhance it so you can see. I wanted the petals to add some color to the cities to see the reflection.
Beautiful.
Well,
Laura, we only have a couple more minutes left, but I just want to give us time to give our comments. I think your composition is beautiful, and you use the word space a lot. And for the fact that you utilize the entire space within layers and layers of your mixed media pieces is beautiful. And also the way you talk about the symbolization and within each layer was very nicely done.
Yeah, I think that the symbolism is excellent. I think that the way in which you layered the work, but the work is also layered with so many different symbols as well. It's a really beautiful piece. And I thank you for sharing it with us. I just wanted to know, what was the title of the work again?
Progenitor's Burden.
Okay. Yes, so thank you so much, Laura. Like I said, I thought it was just an absolutely beautiful piece.
Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. Judges, we have our next contestant, Miss Maria Lambert.
Greetings, Maria.
Good afternoon.
Okay, well, ready whenever you are.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Maria Lambert, a 17-year-old incoming senior at Aurora Christian Schools in Aurora, Illinois. I proudly represent the DuPage County AXO chapter of the NAACP. The piece I will be presenting for you all today is titled BLKYTH, a shortened version of Black Youth. So I'm going to go ahead and share the screen here. Growing up, I struggled a lot with my identity as a Black kid, not only because I was the minority in my environment, but also because I struggled with the idea of what it means to be Black to begin with. I wrestled with my identity often as a young child and through my years as a high schooler as well. Even though I'm comfortable in my identity now, I had thought that maybe my past struggles were just a me thing, or that I was the only one who felt that way. I ended up doing a general survey of what other Black kids in my area thought, and while a majority of them were comfortable in their Blackness now, I was shocked to find out that a lot of the Black kids in my area had the same internal struggles that I did when I was younger. So in that same survey, I ended up asking, if you were to pick a word to describe yourself or your identity as a Black youth, what would you choose? And I got several different types of responses, whether they were words they chose for themselves, words and labels that were placed on them that they claimed, or even just symbols of things that were important to them, a majority of which ended up inspiring my piece. Black youth is meant to be a tribute to the Black teen, and is meant to show a collective of how today's Black kids see themselves. Whether these things are positive or negative are up to one's own interpretation, but no matter what you believe, this is the reality of the Black teen. I hope you'll also notice some of the contrasting words and phrases included in my art. And the question my piece presents is, are these words really how they see themselves, or is this what they've been conditioned to believe? Technical-wise, I started out by lightly mapping out the outline of the head, nose, and hand to ensure everything was centered and even. Then I started working in the darkest areas of the face. I chose to use shades of blues instead of black for this particular piece to keep the vibrancy, so I shaded mostly with blues and purples and pink very sparingly. The base of the whole portrait was a dark purple I lightly shaded throughout the whole head and hand. Then I began to layer pinks and different shades of browns until the skin was exactly how I wanted it to be. For the hair, I incorporated the words with cursive in blue, pinks, and purples, and white colored pencil for vibrancy again. I hadn't chosen these colors with any particular meaning in mind, but I thought it was interesting when it was brought to my attention how blues and purples symbolize royalty. It was a very tedious process that involved a lot of touch-ups, but I am very happy with how it all came out. As far as the composition of the piece, I chose to make the face and the hand front and center so that I would be able to fit all of the hair, and also because I wanted them to be the main focus of the drawing, especially since the hand was the most difficult part, which I'm sure that all artists can relate to. I wanted all the details of the face to be shown clearly. I also decided to make Black Youth at the top, not only because it's the title of the piece, but also because I wanted it to be sort of like an umbrella term for all the different words, phrases, and pictures underneath. I have collected multiple inspirations for this piece, a majority of them being my own peers and their experiences, but from a technical standpoint, I was heavily inspired by Kehinde Wiley and Bisa Butler's use of colors. So I will walk you through some of the words because I'm aware that with it all being digital, it's a bit difficult to see. So towards the top, we have Black Youth. Then going from top to bottom, we have music and a music symbol because music is something that's very important to a lot of Black teenagers. We have unapologetic in the corner here, in the top left corner. We have outcast, thug, the Black Lives Matter movement, fear, bravery, confidence. And then on the right side, we have hood, outlier, a ladybug, which is something that I will touch on later, boundless, hair, and identity. And the reason I chose a ladybug is because not only I wanted to keep my models, just like a piece of my model to stay true to his character, but because ladybugs also symbol prosperity and happiness. What I want to be taken away from this piece is simply for you to listen and not see. Too often we look upon Black kids and we form our own judgments about them and we begin to label them ourselves. So I encourage you all to just listen to them. If he says I'm a thug, ask what it means to him. If she says I'm confident, what does that mean to her?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. I know we only have like one minute left, so I'm just going to give my 2 cents really quick. I'm most attracted to the facial expressions, and the other additional layers come next, which brings the whole piece together. So, nice of them.
I would say I like the piece, and I particularly like the confidence. And I don't know if that's what you were trying to get across, but it definitely comes across in the image and the way that she looks directly at us, and kind of has her hand so confidently in a kind of thoughtful gesture. And the hand is well executed, by the way, despite the fact that you said you had struggles with it. Okay, so I like the overall composition, and I like the idea of you reaching out to your peers and asking them what they thought about a lot of things. I thought that was a very nice gesture.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Ms. Lambert. Judges, we have our next contestant, Mr. Louis Yimbrikehe.
Okay, hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, judges. I'm Louis F. Yimbrikehe Jr. Thanks for taking a look at my drawing titled Reincarnation, Generation Joy. I'm a rising senior from John B. Conley, Flagler Bay Independent School District, Austin, Texas. I was born in Monrovia, Liberia, raised in Nigeria. Time for me to share my screen real quick. I was firstly inspired by famous African American artist, Kenyon Willie, who painted President Barack Obama presidential portrait, which is hanging at the National Guard in Washington, D.C. Kenny Wiley mostly used vibrant color and pattern in the background of his portrait. So that inspired me to use African traditional color and painting called kente and ashate in West Africa. And also I collab with print kente fabric on the edge of my drawing. The main reason I titled this Reincarnation Generational Joy because of my baby cousin, Destiny, that she is right here. Destiny was born a few weeks after my grandma died. And during those times, during our grief, Destiny filled a hole in our family. She gave her joy. And months later, we find out she looked exactly like my grandma. Like they have the same character trait, same goofiness. So yeah, she makes sure she's a very sweet little girl. And I hope one day she appreciate my gift I'm doing for her. I titled this drawing Reincarnation Generation Joy because it's a portrait of my baby cousin Destiny. Destiny looked almost identical to my grandmother who died before Destiny was born. Most of the photographs of my grandmother as a child are black and white. That's why I use her draw. That's why I use pencil in black and white. And also, the African Kente Ashata fabric color have different various meaning. Like the red is stand for strength, conflicts, blood, and political power. The gold stand for harmony. The blue stand for joy, peace, and the little black is very strong. The little black. Can you get me?
Yes.
On the most, on the like the most black, like I don't know you can see, but you can see a little black all over the fabric. The black is the most significant and incorporate color of the text, which represents spirit, strength, and maturity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I like your the reference between your baby cousin and your giving homage to your grandmother also in this piece. I like the mixed media aspect of the kente cloth and the vibrant colors. Just one thing I would do if you were to work on it a little bit more is to really get into the hues within your baby cousin, just to make it pop a little bit more.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, like I said, I really enjoyed the piece. I liked you connecting the different generations of women along a matrilineal line. I thought that was wonderful, since it often happens in a lot of African cultures. I also like the blending, say, of the actual black and white drawing from the black and white photographs, like you said, with the vibrant textures and colors of, say, African textiles. And I have to say that when I first saw the baby, I thought, before you said it was your little cousin, it did remind me of African statuary too. So just kind of overlapping all of those different elements together, I thought it was really beautiful and very well done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Luis.
Yes, sir.
Creative outlet for me. It has my creative side. Watched a lot of the movies throughout my childhood, and this is a pivotal part of that. This was a school project that I did where you had to like draw an eye artwork, but instead of eyes, I drew the Death Star kind of looks like an eye, like a watchful eye. I drew these ats there, like the walkers for extra effect because I had time to do so. Had an extra day of working. Why not? And this was a completely charcoal drawing. I did have a reference photo, so that helped. But I really just used it for the shape of this. These, because like in the reference photo, the ats, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but everything like under my cursor was not there. I drew it myself. And so what I did, like I said before, I used like charcoal for like the value and the color, and I used a pencil for like the details of the lines and stuff. And it's supposed to be like like I said, a watchful eye, and kind of like a moon. It's like in the movies they say that's no moon, it's a space station. So if you have any questions, ask away.
Just more so comments. I am enjoying kind of like the stenciling or the indentation marks that you have in the background within the core of the eye. I didn't realize that was it by first looking at it, but after you started explaining, I could see it. One thing I do suggest is just kind of work on the presentation of the piece, maybe taking off the tape and maybe putting it in a frame or just cropping the piece itself, so we're not too engaged as to what's going around the piece.
Yeah. Just wanted to ask, so where are you from, Austin, and what is the title of your piece?
Chicago, Illinois, and this is an untitled piece.
So it's untitled, I'm sorry, and where are you, which group are you representing?
Drawing.
I know drawing, but like where are you from? Which chapter of the NAACP are you representing?
Oh, the West Side chapter.
Of where, like what state are you from?
West Side Chicago chapter.
Okay, so Chicago. Okay, like I said, I think I like the way the walkers are silhouetted against the backdrop. It's funny to me because Star Wars is the original Star Wars goes back for like decades now. So it's interesting to see that young people are still interested in that particular, say, sci-fi fantasy. But why you were drawn to, say, Star Wars?
Why was I drawn to Star Wars?
Mm-hmm.
My parents are old, to say, so they like this sort of sci-fi, and me being around them, seeing them watch the movies. Me and my mom marathon the movies, like all 9 of them, all the time, and so it's been a very huge part of my childhood, and it's a huge part of, I guess, well, it's still my childhood, so I guess, yeah, it's a huge part of my life.
All right.
Thank you, Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. All right, judges, we have our next student, Miss Victoria Barkley.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Victoria Barkley. I'm a rising sophomore and I'm 15 years old. I represent the Rear Mansion Northwest Mesa branch. Today I'm presenting the illustration I made with watercolor. The name of this piece is Locks. Hair is the main inspiration for this piece. I chose to focus on locks because it is one of the most controversial hairstyles in America and Europe. It has only been 2 years since Andrew Johnson had to decide to cut his hair or forfeit his wrestling match in New Jersey. Resent towards African American hairstyles and locks specifically have been present long for that though. For example, during the colonialism in the 19th century, British soldiers fought against the Kenyan warriors and found that their locks were dreadful, and that's like where dreadlocks came from, like the name. African American hairstyles in general have been disliked in the US and Europe for many years. However, with the passing of the Crown Act, Americans have come to refocus on the real beauty of African American hair. The Crown Act passed in 11 states, including New York, on July 12, 2019, but the NAACP was started in 1909, and New Mexico on April 5th, 2021, the state I represent. Thank you for listening to my presentation. I now open the floor to questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just looking at your whole piece in its totality. I enjoy your medium in terms of watercolor. Why did you choose to use that medium as opposed to something else to convey your message?
I just like the way that looks, It's like, I like the way like the brush feels. Like it's like one of my favorite mediums to do, because I've tried many of them. I try oil painting and just regular drawing. This is one of my favorites, so I like it. So I just use it.
That's it. I think your message is also another message that's right on time, just in terms of black hair care and the whole issues with dreadlocks and it being in the news within the last year or two. It's a very good message.
So who's represented in the image? Is there anyone specifically that you know, or just a general image, say, of a guy with dreadlocks?
Say that again?
Who's in the picture? Who is?
Oh, it was just a general image. I just drew it, I guess. I didn't really.
All right, okay, so it's not the same, it's no specific person, okay. Well, I like the overall simplicity of the piece, especially since you're focusing on, say, the question of hair and dreadlocks, and just where you had that kind of single image in the center of the work. I think your use of watercolor is very, very good, because watercolor, such as you know, is such a difficult medium. So I thought you used that very well. And like Summer was saying, it's a very timely issue, and not one that we think about. I didn't know the history of where the term dreadlocks, the etymology behind the word dreadlocks. So thank you for that, for educating me on that today. All right. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you for your time. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Victoria Barkley. Judges, we have our next contestant, Mr. Wafi Farouk.
Hi, my name is Wafi Farouk, and today I'll be sharing with you my political cartoon, Plausible Deniability. Are you guys able to see the screen share?
Yes.
Yes, we see it.
All right, thank you. So my political cartoon is talking about some of the more recent events in our American history, but it can also be applied to a lot of other events that have happened. So before I get into the actual image, I want to talk about the uh, title, Plausible Deniability, which usually talks about willful ignorance, usually by someone in high position or high power, like in politics. And so in the image, as you can see, there are two animals. There is a donkey and there is an elephant. The donkey is drowning and is asking the elephant to drop a ladder down to help save him. And the elephant refuses to believe the ladder is real. The ladder being made up of abstract ideas such as the vaccines, masks, and COVID being real in our pandemic today. And so the two animals sort of represent the two different political parties of America, the Democrats and the Republicans. And generally, Republicans believe less in how severe COVID-19 really is, and a lot of times tend to start conspiring against things such as the vaccine. Um, of course, this is no way putting people into groups. This is just like sort of a generalization of which two political parties take which side. Um, and so the helicopter that is housing the elephant is called the SS Conspiracy because, again, he is having conspiracy theories against these ideas when in reality they are true, and he needs to acknowledge they are true. And so he is asking the donkey to take his hand instead. But as you can see, he's not offering his hand, and in reality, he's not offering any solution to the problem. He is just denying that the problem actually exists. If he just took a second to acknowledge the problems and acknowledge the ladder, he could lower it down and help save the rest of us or the donkey. So that is really all that I have to present. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
Comments. I enjoy your political stance and the simplicity of your drawing. Just one question. Why did you choose absence of color?
So generally, a lot of political cartoons that you'll see in like the newspaper or just online aren't filled with color, and I think the absence of color just lets you focus more on the actual story that's going on, and it just makes it feel more like an actual political cartoon, I think.
Great, thank you.
I definitely like the fact that you did a political cartoon. It reminds me of the kind of cartoons that you see in the New Yorker or someplace like that. I don't know if you're familiar with their cartoons, but it certainly seems like you are. And because the style and the layout is similar to what you see in those types of magazines. And I think you were able to distill something very clearly, in a very, very simple but very straightforward style. So I think it communicates, it translates well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farouk. Judges, we have our next student, Mr. Ikenna Obagu.
Greetings.
Hello, my name's Ikenna Obagu. I'm 17 years old. I'm a rising senior at Polytechnic School in Pasadena, California, and I'm representing the Altadena AXO branch. Today, I'll be presenting my piece, The Encounter. The Encounter is a digital art piece influenced by surrealism to capture the moment in which many of us during the early stages of the pandemic realized that the changes brought by it weren't ephemeral, but in fact pervasive and will continue to alter the world as we know it. I encountered this realization in August of last year when my school emailed me about how online learning would still take place next year. And to be honest, I was kind of bummed about it because I was really looking forward to meeting all my teachers, all my classmates in person. And obviously, everyone had their own situations, their own encounters, but there were these common feelings of anxiety, stress, uncertainty that we all felt. I really wanted to forefront these emotions through the color palette. I chose a gradation of browns because there was really a lack of vibrancy at this time. I also wanted her general demeanor to be showing a lot of these expressions, which is why I also had her head tilted in this composition to show that it not only was her feeling grim about the future, but also curious about it, as many of us didn't know what was to come. Before I get more into her, I'd first like to talk a bit about my experience as an artist. I've been drawing for the past 5 years, and it was only until last year that I taught myself digital art. For this piece, I used an app called Procreate on my iPad, and I loved Procreate because it really allowed me to mend my two passions for art as well as computers together. With the technology, I was able to use tons of new features such as layering, effects, brushes, which I thought really enhanced the experience of being an artist as well as the piece altogether. There were 3 main brushes that I used. The first one was the sketching brush, and the sketching brush was similar to that of an HB pencil. And it really allowed me to get all my outlining and drafting done. And it also was good in terms of definition. I left some marks here, such as around the lips, the nose, and the eyes. And I really wanted to leave a lot of them around the eyes to create that definition and focus. I think that eyes are a great way of captivating people's attention, as well as expressing human connection. And the message that I wanted to get out through that connection is that despite all of our different encounters, we were all able to empathize and relate to one another through human emotion. I also used the airbrushes for general rendering of her face, but I used the softer airbrushes in order to create a droopy, soft skin. A lot of it can be seen around her neck, as well as around her eyes, and I really wanted to express fatigue and exhaustion. I don't know about all of you, but for me, being on Zoom for 9 to 10 hours a day sometimes can be a lot. And I was really doing that for the entirety of the week because school was online. And there were times in which I was like, can I really keep this up? So I really wanted to show that sagging, that exhaustion. I used the harder brushes in terms of depth and shading, such as right along here. The noise brush was used for rendering her hair, and I really liked the texture of the noise brush because it was very fuzzy and hazy. I wanted that texture because it allowed me to conflate her hair with the black background. Because there's so much negative space around her, it creates this feeling of expansive isolation, as if it's all encompassing and consuming, which is really what it felt like for me when I was just sitting in my room, not really sure what to do, having to do homework. It feels as if it's forever. I also was able to further that with the fact that she doesn't have the rest of her body. It's disconnected from her. It's just her head and her neck. And ultimately, I wanted to get at with the encounter that everyone was going through their own things during the early stages of the pandemic. there were situations that were becoming anew. And because of that, we all had to radically change with the world. In conclusion, that's how I created The Encounter.
Sorry, we don't have much time left, but I want to state that it's a very expressive piece and definitely conveys the message in what you're trying to come across. Yes.
Yes, I think it definitely gets your message across. You said it was surrealistic, but it kind of reminded me of Francisco Goya's Black paintings. You know, so if you're not familiar with those, I would check them out, but it looks a lot like those types of paintings. So I thought, like I said, I definitely got that sense of isolation. And I agree with you. You know, teaching during COVID was no better than trying to learn during COVID. It was a nightmare. So thank you, Akina.
Thank you, Mr. Obagu.
Number 1054. And so my piece that I did, I'm sure you guys have all seen it. It's called Nightlight. I think Nightlight is probably, sorry, do I have to introduce myself again?
Oh, no, but I haven't seen your piece.
No, you haven't? Okay. I have it with me. Good. It's kind of, but I have it. It's huge because I printed it out. This is the piece that I did.
Okay.
It's called Nightlight. Yeah, so it's a girl on her computer, and there are app icons all around her. And then there's a bookshelf right here with actual titles of books on it. And on this side, there's pictures of clowns that are actually on my wall at home. So I moved them from traditional to digital because I love clowns. And I'm really proud of these pieces.
Okay.
On some of the books, there is scribbles, and on most of the books, there are actual book titles of actual books that I have read and I love. So I put all the books that I've read and want to read on there. And on the ones that don't have actual book titles are the books that I have not read yet that I really want to read, which is a so sorry for that. I am back. The Wi-Fi is really bad here.
Okay.
Listen, you may have mentioned this, but could you tell us again what medium you use?
Oh, digital.
It is digital. Okay, gotcha.
I did it all on my tablet. The first tablet I ever got, I've only been on the tablet for a year. So when COVID started. Okay. Like I was saying about the bookshelf, the books that don't have writing on it or titles are the books that I want to read. And the whole piece is just
the whole piece.
Sorry, the Wi-Fi. The whole piece means a lot to me because it's basically the room that I wish I had, because my room is really messy. And I don't have a huge bookshelf like I would want, because I want to read more books. The whole atmosphere of it is just nice and calm. And it represents the fact that you have to enjoy the things that you have and the things that you like, even if they're small, because as you get older, you kind of forget all the things that made you happy and made you want to live and exist. And for me, that's enjoying the internet, because back then we didn't have internet. Reading books and drawing and clowns. It's weird. Not everybody likes clowns, but I do. So, and I don't know if you noticed, because it's kind of hard to see just on Zoom, but the icons are actually sort of see-through and they're flipped. So it's kind of like from her perspective, she's seeing them because she's looking at it, but since you're facing her, it's opposite.
Lisa, can you sit closer to the screen?
I was so excited for this.
Can you sit closer to your screen so you don't use up so much bandwidth? And that should help. Okay.
All
right.
Cool. So what was I saying? Forget what I was
You were
saying.
talking. You left off on clowns. That's last part. Why you like clowns and appreciating what you have.
And the girl in the center is kind of me, but with bangs. I thought bangs would look nice, and I really wanted to capture her face and the eyes, because eyes are really, really important, and you see them, and that's what the first thing you see when you talk to people is their eyes, because you can tell a lot by what they look like and their emotions. So she's content and happy, which is like me most of the time. There's times when I'm not happy.
I'm sorry, Alyssa, but your time has expired, but thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We might still be on. We started
We have our next contestant, Mr. Zumbi Rodriguez.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
So should I just begin?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, my name is Olufella Zumbi Rodriguez, or you can just call me Zumbi. I'm from Dayton, Ohio, the NAACP AXO Dayton, Ohio branch. And this is the submission I did for the drawing competition. So I do have the piece framed with me today, but I prefer to show it on a share screen because I think it would just be a lot easier to see because my lighting isn't ideal today. So, can everybody see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this piece I drew is titled The Galvanization of Kin, 12 inches by 15 inches, which is India ink on cardstock. A little bit about the process. I do enjoy working with pen and ink the most. It is a very tedious and labor intensive type of process because when I'm working with cross hatching, I have to make every single stroke while I'm drawing. And this is what I do with the type of line maker that I use is a dip pen, which is just a pen holder with a pen nib on top. And I dip it in India ink and I make each line. So yeah, and I chose cardstock because it's relatively smooth and smoother than most papers. So the line doesn't bleed and make streaks as easily. So it's a lot better to make cleaner lines. But more about the subject matter and why I decided to make a piece like this. This right here, I like to call the Star Seer, which is a piece of technology that I kind of made as a concept, which I'm also into concept art, but mainly the overarching concept of this piece is father and son interaction over technology. And this type of concept has spawned from the relationship between me and my own father. Although this piece doesn't directly describe it or isn't a direct representation of it, I do watch a lot of TV with my father, and I wanted to make a few pieces based off of that technology and different types of technology. So this is one of the pieces I came up with. And in this one, it has, as you can see, a father and son, and he's showing him the Star Seer, which I made, which basically can clear the sky, which is why I called it Galvanization of Kin, because he's showing his son something really cool. So it is something that hits a little bit closer to home for me, just because my dad has showed me a lot of cool series like comic books and TV shows. So it is a little bit of a representation of me and my own father's relationship. So yeah, I really enjoy making different scenes and creating certain things that don't exist. And I like to practice over and over again, drawing things and without having to look at any type of direct observation, which this is all something that I came up with and rendered and made the lighting for and all of that. It's something I enjoy very much. So, yep, that's about it. Is there any questions?
Just comments. Your attention to detail, especially with your lines, is superb.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, excellent hatching. I kind of like the dreads, where the son's dreads are short, the father's dreads are long, and that kind of wisdom. And is he wearing like a crown on his head, the father?
Yes, that's the Star Seer, the piece of technology that I
the Star Seer. Okay.
Concept for.
Okay. Yeah, I think, like I said, it's beautifully drawn.
Thank you. I'd also like to make a comment that I forgot to mention. The reason why I like to work in black and white specifically is because it's, since there's not any color to pay attention to, it kind of really makes you focus on the texture that I like to also include in my drawings. So I noticed that when I make colored pieces like paintings, you're really focused more on the viewer. The eye is most of the time focused on the color and the different interactions and what the colors indicate. And when it's in black and white, you can really focus on the line making and the strokes, which I like to change depending on what I'm drawing. So for example, for the clouds, they're more curled strokes to show like the fluffiness of the clouds and add that kind of texture. And then for the clothes, they're a lot straight to show that it's kind of factory made and things like that. And you can see this also with the body and the figure of the father, that he has a lot more curve to show the curvature of his abs and chest and things like that. So that would just be a lot easier to see when it's in grayscale than when it's in black and when it's in color. Sorry.
Yeah. No, thank you, Zumbi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.